course, that's back when that American tournament was the World Championship. Of course, now it's a multinational event. Here's Hamish. And goal to come with that French-style John Wayne, where you bring that far man over on that 3-rod. That one did go in, popped out to make it 3-0. Lefredo will set up a pull shot. And again, that split is usually there. Just got to beat that front man, and he does, to make it 3-1. And again, hello everybody. Jim Stevens with you from the ITSF World Cup in Zaragoza here in the year 2025. As we're looking at a match in the 50 and over senior singles competition. Todd Lefredo on the right, Olivier Hamish on the left. It's Bonzini versus Tornado. We're tied at 1 game apiece. Lefredo looking to cut the lead to 1, trailing 3-1 here in game 3. We're going to get a good set on that pull shot. Not always easy to do on this table. And he comes back with that rolling shot. Kind of had to at that point. It's 3-2, 2 in a row from the American. And he has cut the lead to 1 here in game number 3. Todd Lefredo has won world titles on other tables. He was a Garlando World Championship winner with Frederic Collignon, his former partner, a man that he won, I believe, 14 World Championships with, on Tornado, on Garlando, and on, I believe, Tech Ball was the other one back when it was an official ITSF table. And Lefredo now with 3 in a row has made it 3-3. And taken away here by Todd. So Todd does have some multi-table experience, and of course he has also won this title before, the Senior Singles Championship at the World Cup. Hamish takes some time. Going to fake. Is he looking inside or going to try to bring it all the way to that near side? But nope, he's going to call timeout. Good call here by the Frenchman Olivier Hamish. 3-3 here in the third game as we look at some highlights. Of course, all the video provided by ITSF TV here this week. Those of you watching at Inside Foods, a big hello to you as well. And watching around the world. Great to be back at the World Cup. Been 6 years since I last covered a World Cup event, and that was also here in Spain, in Murcia. But again, here this weekend with my family, enjoying the city. My kids played. My wife will play as well tomorrow in women's doubles. I am not playing. I'm busy. Players will step back to the table. Olivier Hamish will put the ball back into play. Looking for the lead here in game number 3. As he sets it up. Takes his time. And then drills that long hole. You see, he gives a little bit of a hover, a little bit of a tap, a hitch, before then releasing the shot, and he brings it all the way to that near side. He's given himself the lead at 4-3 here in game 3 on his home table. And he'll take away that angling up chip pass from Lefredo. Bounces it through the lane, can't hold on to it. Lefredo does get the left hand back there, sends it wide of the goal, but he's up there to grab it with the right hand. Now Todd, see if he can get a good set. Looks like he does. Again, always looking at that 2-hole. Instead, he goes to the 1-hole and finds it. And Todd Lefredo now has evened it at 4, and a chance to steal for Lefredo on Hamish's home table. Olivier able to brush that one down aggressively on that near wall. He'll set it up looking for a third game win, and really it's a game he's got to have. And he knows that. Hamish fakes and then drills it, and you can tell right there that he knew how important that shot was, as he's able to put it home winning that third game on his home table, and we'll head back over to Lefredo's home table, the Tornado, with Hamish now leading 2-1. Both games on that Bonzini have been tight. Both of them won by Hamish 5-4. So Todd Lefredo back to his home table. As we get game number 4 underway, Lefredo. As that one blocked, it comes back to Todd. Sends that one up the table. Hamish will use the left hand to grab it. Olivier setting up a pull shot. Brings it near side. Tried to bring the push down the middle. Blocked by Lefredo. In the United States, on the Tornado table, Todd Lefredo has won something like 22 doubles world championships over the course of his career. Of course, 12 of those were with the great Frédéric Collignon. What a team they were, the greatest team perhaps in the history of table soccer, Frédéric Collignon and Todd Lefredo. Todd tried to come inside with that straight attempt, taken away by Hamish. Fourth game action in men's senior over 50 singles. All the singles events take place simultaneously, so you've got the different junior events, the different levels of seniors, of course the open men and open women. And we'll have that action for you as well here tonight, and then I believe the semis and the finals tomorrow, maybe just the finals tomorrow in those events, but also beginning tomorrow are the doubles competitions. As we work our way towards the weekend and the national team competitions, really the feature events of the World Cup. Hamish with a pull kick down the middle. He's up 1-0. Let's see if Lefredo can answer. He's down 2-1. And down 1-0 here in the fourth. Kind of mishandles the ball on the 5 row here. It comes back to Olivier. Hamish. He's already hit the one shot from goal. This one picked off by Lefredo, who will look to advance it. Bounces that one towards the goal. Looks like Todd a little out of sorts on the 5 these last couple of possessions. And slowing it down, try to make that one off the inside wall. Lefredo able to grab it on the 3-rod, bring it across with that little bit of a fake, and then drives it home to that far side of the goal to make it 1-1. So far, both players holding serve on their home tables. Hamish will shoot a pull shot. It's funny when you think about it, so many great pin shooters throughout the world over the last 3-4 decades, but really only one of them, and maybe there's 2 if you want to count Jamal Alalou, the great German player, but really only Frédéric Collignon ever had success shooting a standard European-style pin shot on the Tornado table. And of course he was fantastic. But I do find it a little bit odd that other players have not been able to shoot that very effective series on Bonzini or others. And another one from goal from Hamish, and we hear about it as he screams to the arena after making that one and giving himself a 2-1 lead. And a timeout called here. But you see Hamish with that great pin shot on Bonzini choosing to go with a pull shot on Tornado. And there are a couple of theories about that. Of course, you have to be on a table and practice it, and there weren't always opportunities for European players to be able to train on Tornado. And the other one is, it is not real easy on a Tornado table to hit that far side, that push front pin shot. And of course, Frederic Collignon learned how to do it. It took him a few years before he really perfected it, but once he did, it kind of opened up everything else. And of course, Fred also maybe the smartest player to ever play the game and just utilized that shot better than anyone. Lefredo tapped it through, caught it, dropped it, came back to his 5. Another opportunity here for Lefredo to advance it, but instead he sort of scoops it into the goal with the 5. And we're even at 2. Both goals so far here in this 4th game have come from the 2-rod for Olivier. And we're going to talk about this one. I think Hamish thinks there was a jar on the 3-rod. Couldn't really see it from here. Usually they'll talk about it and there'll be a compromise. Or maybe just, be careful. Let's keep an eye on that. But these are 2 mature gentlemen, and they'll come to an agreement, and indeed it will be put into play on the 5-row. And then Lefredo talking to the crowd. Perhaps someone said something while the ball was in play. Lefredo doesn't look real happy about it. And now the ball is going to be awarded to Lefredo on the 5, and they bump fists. All is good, and Todd will put it into play. I think we just saw some really good sportsmanship down on the table is what I think happened there. And I do not have a microphone available to me. I cannot hear what happens on the table. I'm sitting up high, about maybe 20 meters away, 60 feet or so. Two here in the 4th. Lefredo. Brings that one down the middle of the pull kick event, sends it back down the other way. Eventually grabs it on the 5. Chipping it up nicely to his 3-rod. And that rolling straight this time makes it 3-2. So Lefredo back on top on his home table. Looking to send it to a 5th game. And again, in that 5th game, the first ball would be played on, I believe, Bonzini. And then the next 2 on Tornado, 2 on Bonzini, back to Tornado, etc. until someone wins by 2. Lefredo slides that one on goal. Picked up here by Hamish. I have to think this week here, one of the biggest tournaments, if not the biggest tournament we have seen anywhere in maybe 30, 40 years. I don't recall ever being at a tournament that had 1,300 plus players, and there's Lefredo again bringing it across. He gives a little bit of a hitch to kind of freeze the defender and then sends it into that far corner. He's up 4-2. But more than 1,300 players here this week. Something like 44 different events. More than 50 countries. Hamish will shoot the pull shot. Lefredo out there to make the block. Well, Lefredo just a goal away from sending this to a 5th and final game. Again, the winner of this one would advance to the quarterfinals in men's senior over 50 singles. I remember in the United States when the senior event, so to speak, was 35 and over, 35 years of age and older. That was considered old. And then, of course, the ITSF, when they kind of came into being in the early 2000s, created the 50 and over event, which made sense. There were quite a few players of that age. But as the years have gone by and players continue to play well into their 60s, 70s, even 80s, and maybe occasionally the 90s, and that one blocked back into the goal. So we will head to a fifth game, even up at 2 games apiece. But they have had to create new events with the 63 and over now, and I'm sure eventually there probably, if there isn't already, a 75 and over. But when you see someone like Todd Lefredo, 65 years old, still playing great foosball, and you say the same about Olivier Hamish. I mean, look at him with that incredible hand speed that he shows, especially on the Bonzini. This fiery player out of France who has been very impressive. Such great work by ITSF TV as they give us these highlight packages at the end of each game, and then of course at the end of the match you'll see all the highlights. Lefredo has scored a few with that 5. Sneaks that one home, much to the dismay of Olivier Hamish. Defensive goal here for Lefredo, and we head to game 5. So 1 ball on Bonzini, then we'll head over to Tornado for 2. And again, you steal 1 ball in this 5th game and you're in pretty good shape if you can hold, of course, on your own table. Hamish putting it into play. Try to bounce that one through. Is able to hold on to it. He'll set it up, looking to strike first here in the 5th. Olivier Hamish of France trying to come to that short side. It bounces back the other way. Hamish is able to grab it on the 5, kind of mishandles it, gets it back, chips it up, grabs it on the 3, and will once again set it up. Olivier. Fires it home. Again, that little bit of a fake. And then all the way to that near side and back over to Tornado we go. So Hamish has held on his table. Now we'll go for 2 balls on Lefredo's home table, the Tornado. And Lefredo loses that one back to the 3-rod. Todd's had some difficulties handling the ball on this Tornado table. Hamish. Again, you score in the opponent's table, it is huge. Olivier from pull shot position. That shot attempt blocked and taken away by Lefredo, who sends it along the outside wall, jumps into the forward position to grab the rebound. Todd trying to go straight. Rebound rattles back to him. Lefredo again. Hamish out there to make the block, but Lefredo will dig for the ball and get another possession. Off the corner. That one hit off both posts. And this is where Hamish has done the most damage on the Tornado table, and that's from that 2-row. See Todd completely in the forward position defensively, is able to have his men positioned properly, makes the block. A rebound comes to the 3-rod of Lefredo, who will call timeout. And we're going to get an official, it looks like. Maxime Blanc will step to the table. Perhaps. And we're going to get a stoppage here, and maybe Maxime is going to go either for another official or for a referee shirt, which is mandatory. Jim Stevens back with you here at the World Cup. And what a beautiful presentation from the ITSF and the Spanish Federation here this week. Zaragoza is such a friendly town. It has been warm. It has been somewhere around 40 degrees centigrade, which is a little over 100 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you in the United States. And if you do would like to send me a message, best way to do that, probably Facebook Messenger. Let me know if you're out there. I'll give you a shout out. Love to hear from you. All right, Maxime Blanc indeed has gotten the referee shirt. And Lefredo will put the ball back into play. Trailing 1-0 here in game number 5. Lefredo sets up the pull shot, and that shot attempt blocked and taken away by Hamish. Sent wide of the goal by Olivier. So, on your home table, there certainly can be pressure. Right now, perhaps Todd Lefredo, of course, Todd's been in every situation possible on a foosball table, but there might be a little pressure to make sure that you hold on your table, which means getting both of these balls. Because if Hamish steals one here, that means you've got to get one back on his home table, and that's not easy. That long pull shot taken away by Lefredo. Not going to get that one through Todd. Lefredo will look at the pull shot from goal. Always so clever offensively from the 2-rod. And he brings it across with that pull kick. And we're tied up at 1. The American crowd getting behind Todd just a little bit. Former world champion Tracy Brubaker, also from the state of Colorado, sitting right behind Lefredo. Hamish with a nice group himself of fans sitting behind him. Lefredo able to take this one away. Todd not able to connect on the pass, sent back the other way by Hamish. Picked up with the left hand on a pin by Lefredo. Looks like he might try to pass the ball using the left hand. Trying to brush it, sends it towards the goal with the 5, and then picks it up on the 3. Looking to send this one back to the Bonzini. Lefredo, shot attempt blocked and taken away by Olivier. Hamish still hoping to steal one. Sends that one wide of the goal, knocked off the back wall by Lefredo right to his 3-rod. Again, Todd. Had to go with that little fake push kick into a tic-tac here. And brings it to that far side. It's 2-1, so Lefredo holds on his table. Back over to Bonzini we go. Lefredo now leading 2-1. But again, you've got to win by 2. And now Olivier on his home table. We've had 3 goals so far in this 5th game. Each player holding on their individual table. Remember, the 2 games in this match that have been played on Bonzini, we're going to get a warning here perhaps, is you saw Hamish trying to get a reset out of Lefredo, and he did. Maxime Blanc having that conversation. Maxime, a very good official. Hamish pass attempt blocked by Lefredo. Second one gets through. But remember, the 2 games that were played on Bonzini in this match were both won by Hamish, but by a 5-4 score. So Lefredo was effective and certainly capable of stealing one. Nice block and save by Todd. The key is to get it to his 3-rod because he has been effective shooting the ball from that pull shot set, but he turns it over here, almost knocked right back in by Hamish. Olivier, again, will set it up on that far side of the goal and then rip it home to make it 2-2. So that turnover costs Lefredo. Hamish taking advantage. And it's tied it at 2. This is senior singles action in the round of 16. Nice pass along the outside wall by Hamish. Olivier. Fakes. And then the turnover here. And the Lefredo ball awarded to Lefredo by the referee. Nobody has stolen a goal yet on the opponent table. Banked off that inside wall. Nice save with the quick hands by Olivier, who sends it back the other way. Picked up here by Todd. Hamish will call timeout. And that gives me an opportunity to offer up a couple of shout-outs. Left-hand Sam, nice to hear from you. Dewey Culpepper. Joe Trujillo, thank you, Joe. And Swaggy, Mike Swagger. Nice to know everybody is watching. What is it back home? Anywhere from, I suppose, maybe 1 in the afternoon all the way to maybe 10 a.m. on the West Coast. Olivier Hamish will put the ball back into play. We're tied up at 2 here in the 5th game. Hamish a little off the wall, then brings it across with that John Wayne, the French-style John Wayne on the Bonzini. It's 3-2, and every goal so far coming on the players' home table. Back to Tornado we go. And Lefredo has had some difficulty handling the ball on the fibro. Looking to pass or clear here. Straight down the middle through that far lane. On the middle of the men. Todd looking to tie it at 3 here in game number 5. And he does, finding that short side of the goal. That's 6 goals, all scored on the players' home tables, and Todd with a chance to make it 7. Tried to come with that little dink on that far side, blocked by Hamish. Comes back to Lefredo, sends that one down the middle on goal, blocked up into the air and off the table by Olivier Hamish. And Lefredo now up 4-3 as we head back over to Bonzini, which makes it match point for Todd. So back over to Bonzini we go. With Lefredo leading 4-3. Now the pressure on Hamish to hold on his table. He's got to get both of these. He's got to get one. I guess if the Lefredo gets the other, it would still head back over to Tornado. But Hamish will look to tie it. Lefredo with a block. Another chance for Hamish. Another block. Back to the 5 towards the goal. Lefredo able to keep it out. Todd will look to use the left hand, which can be a good idea on the Bonzini table. Angles that one up the table towards the goal. Grab with the left hand by Hamish. Sends that one down the middle. Picked up here by Lefredo. Todd will bring it over and look for that chip pass. Trying to brush it through. Can't connect. Can't execute. Todd angles it up the table, off a man, and in, and there it is. So the only goal scored on the opponent's table in the 5th game is by Lefredo on the Bonzini, and he wins the match. Well, Todd Lefredo will advance to the quarterfinals in over 50 senior singles. Olivier Hamish, valiant effort, really showed some great skill, great hand speed, but could not hold off the great American player, and he is out of the competition. Yeah, shout out to the great Tom Gusher, watching back in the USA. Great to hear from you, Tom. We miss you and your sunglasses. Well, we have a few minutes. If anybody has any questions or anything else, got a couple minutes to field some questions. If you're not completely familiar with how this works here and you have anything you'd like to know or any questions you'd like to ask, feel free to do so. I've got a couple of minutes here. All right, we're going to step away for a minute, but we'll be back with you here. And if you have any questions at all, go ahead and ask them on that Facebook Messenger, and I will help to answer them when we return.
Qu'est-ce que je vais dire? Je vais dire que moi, si après j'ai fait une petite équivalence valeur, c'est ce que j'ai fait là, je me dis, mais c'est facile. J'ai peut-être fait l'erreur à ce moment-là, je vais regarder. Mais c'est pas ça, les gars. C'est pas lui Sinon, s'ils m'ont tous vu à la vidéo, je vais aller là. Mais si je vois la même chose que ce que j'ai vu là, mais ton horaire, comme je l'ai dit, là, c'est pas la même. Il a tapé tout souvent. Il a tapé 2 fois, il a fait par le même si t'as pas tapé. Même sur place, mais là, il y avait l'arbitre et il n'a pas donné la faute. C'est ça qui veut dire qu'il a eu bien mais plus jamais je vais en parler. On n'en a jamais parlé. J'ai jamais vu. Les mois, c'est ce que je te dis, c'est pour ça que la vidéo, ça regarde. Le style, s'il a été bon, s'il a été bon, dans tous les cas, moi je t'invite pour le dire, parce que je viens de dire, parce que je veux d'avoir levé la tête.
Après, franchement, il m'a tellement surpris ce bon film à la vitesse qu'il a arrivé. Je pensais pas qu'il pouvait
et quand tu bouges comme ça, je lui dis la première chose.
avec les tic-tac gratuits là. Ouais. Attends qu'il se positionne. Et là, il le voit. J'ai essayé. Je voulais à la fois le feinter, mais je voulais. Il fait trouver quelque chose. Je n'avais pas pressé. Parce que je joue bien, je pense que ça passe normalement. C'est pas grave, c'est un demande de jeu. Voilà la coupe.
Forget about that.
Ceux qui jouent là, en fait,
Avant de tirer, il y a encore en haut là, un petit peu, mais ça tombe vite. Et j'ai parti un petit peu à droite tout à l'heure, on est par là,
Ils t'ont volé derrière.
c'est ce que je me suis dit, quand tu es derrière, c'est ça, et là,
mais c'est dans Perrin, il a dit 8 euros. J'étais tellement focus pour remettre ma garde quand il avait son joueur. Je me suis dit, est-ce qu'il reste derrière? Est-ce qu'il va pas de gauche? Bon, c'est la fin les copains. C'est la fin de mon tour.
Ah, oui.
Je vais aller encourager toi. Vous comprenez rien, c'est vous parlez de ça, good job. Là, la tablette. Oui, non, il joue Robert. Il n'y a pas d'italien en...
Quand tu sors là, d'un coup.
Non, mais j'aimerais bien connaître par contre les joueurs. C'est un magnifique, mais c'est un magnifique. Ah, Ici que j'ai des meilleurs c'est un peu quoi il y a une petite tape de mal là-bas.
Il était là. Il n'était même pas comme ça. Le mec dit l'état.
It's the wheelchair singles final, and let's introduce the players. First, from Italy, please welcome Domenico Smario. And his opponent, also from Italy, please welcome Francesco Bonanno. Good luck, players.
Parce que ça doit commencer là-bas, ça fait longtemps. On était rendu à la fin de je leur ai dit attendre un peu.
J'étais pas spécialement dans un état euphorique, pas dans un état non plus.
Pose pas de questions, mais on voit la touche.
Voilà. Il y a pas qui revient parce que pas
Et moi, je fais de la gueule. Hein? Allez.
Lefredo, erster Wiederaufruf, 81, 82.
Sur la petite tablette de la semaine d'apportement, j'ai fait les Vous savez pas, votre caméra pour toi. J'ai fait n'importe quelle question.
Burettler, Gusher, erster Wiederaufruf, 51. Jan Robin, first recall, table 55.
Hi again, folks. Looks like we're going to have a quarterfinal match for you in men's singles coming up here in Zone 1. In a battle between two Austrian players, Daniel Burettler and Sascha Gusher. So Sascha Gusher and Daniel Burettler will battle, I believe, entirely on the Garlando table. Although there is also a Bonzini table sitting back there. I don't think that's going to be used. I assume when they're Austrian, they're Garlando. And we'll have that match for you coming up here shortly.
Origin March, top public outline, please enter the result of your match table 21 and 22.
There you see the great young Austrian player Daniel Burettler. Of course, he and his brother Stefan Burettler, two of the rising stars on the international tour. Stefan Burettler, Daniel's brother, already victorious this weekend in mixed doubles with the great Austrian goalie Melissa Masser, as they beat the French duo of Adam Thoumont and Ilana Roman. And this match, of course, will be played entirely on Garlando, with the winner advancing to the semifinals. Daniel Burettler, the number 3 seed after qualifications. Sascha Gusher, number 59. And let's see if I can pull up those seeds for you on the ITSF website. No official at the table yet. And we'll see if they do have one coming or whether we'll get this match underway here shortly. Of course, one of the things that makes this event so great is the multi-table aspect of it. The 5 official ITSF tables, of course, Garlando, Bonzini, Leonhard, Roberto Sport, and Tornado. And on display in kind of an exhibition table here this weekend, the Spanish 2-leg table, which is a lot of fun to play. A little different than a table you're going to find really anywhere else. But it's made by the Infinity Company, and it does indeed have 2 legs on the bottom of the mat, and indeed here comes the official. And then the table itself sort of slopes down in the middle, so everything kind of rolls towards the middle, which makes for a different kind of game, but a game that is a lot of fun, and we have those throughout the arena for exhibition play, and there will be an actual exhibition as well of the table. I believe that's tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Da muss ich beides machen. Ich glaube nicht. Wir können noch tauschen.
Some updates from around the room. The American Ryan Moore facing the Canadian player Mario Aragonello, where they're headed to a 5th game. In a match I presume is entirely on Tornado. Of course, you can go to the ITSF website to table-soccer.com to follow all the matches in progress. Francesco Bonanno, the great wheelchair player from Italy, looks like he's about to win another championship. The greatest wheelchair player, disabled player of all time, no doubt about it. Going up against his fellow countrymen. Domenico Smario. They're the number 1 and number 2 seeds playing in that one. We're still waiting on Daniel Burettler to make his way back to Zone 1 here in the finals area. It looks like another official heading in as well. It looks like Rich Marsh will be the primary official. That match between Moore and Originello, a round of 16 match. So the winner of that one would reach the quarterfinals. The match we're going to have for you here in just looks like a minute or two is already a quarterfinal. Brandon Moreland, Stefan Burettler competing in another quarterfinal. It's about to get underway. Singles day here at the World Cup. La Copa del Mundo de Fútbol in Zaragoza, Spain. Jim Stevens with you as we're about to bring you a quarterfinal match in men's singles. Interesting that both Burettler brothers in the quarterfinals of men's singles, and always the chance there they might face each other, which is, I don't know, you think about that, facing your brother, facing your wife in a big championship match, or in some cases maybe even your son if you're Tom Yor and Tommy Yor. But it's got to be difficult to face a family member. With brothers, maybe it's not as difficult because they've probably been battling each other on a foosball table for a number of years and battling each other in other ways as well. All right, looks like we might just about be ready to go. The young player from Austria, Daniel Burettler, the veteran, Sasha Gusher. Thinking back on the very first World Cup held back in 2006 in Hamburg, Germany. Amazing that is now 19 years ago. Kind of remember it like it was yesterday. One of the great events in the history of foosball, really changed the course of foosball history, and still, in my opinion, the greatest night of foosball ever, that USA versus France match in the quarterfinals at the Fish Auctions Halle 19 years ago. And that event, of course, eventually won by Austria. All right, players, with some final preparations before we get this one underway. It'll be best 3 games out of 5, all played on one table, the Garlando, in a battle of 2 Austrians. And here we go. The winner of this one will advance to the semifinals as Daniel Burettler puts the ball into play. Now, if you've never played on a Garlando table, it can be a difficult table to adjust to. It's a great table, a great shooting table, especially from this position. The pull shot from goal is deadly. I remember seeing Billy Pappas win a Garlando World Singles Championship, averaging 3 per game from his 2-rod. The holes are pretty big. The man's foot is pretty narrow. So it can be a very good offensive table, especially in singles. But also on each side of the table, that side strip, that thick white side strip, is also inclined. So the ball will roll up and roll back down. It makes wall passes interesting. That shot attempt by Burettler blocked up into the air and off the table by Gusher. Sasha will put the ball back into play. First game, that one sliced up the table and eventually grabbed by Burettler. So you've got the youth of Austria, you got the experience of Austria on the other side. And again, in singles on Garlando, you've got to be a good shooter from goal. You've got to be able to pick up a shot or 2 per game from that goalie position, from that 2-rod. And they're always looking to shoot the ball, although maybe the greatest Garlando player of all time, well, the greatest player of all time, period, Frederick Collignon would utilize the 2 to the 5 very effectively on this table. The other guy you really think about when it comes to Garlando-style foosballs. That one's going to rattle in for Gusher, and he's on top 1-0 here in game one. As the multiple world champion, Kevin Hundstorfer. This one a dance along the wall by Daniel. This young generation of Austrian players, all such good multi-table players. Probably equally good on the Tornado table. We had Stefan Burettler in 2024 finished second in men's singles and open singles at the Tornado World Series in Dallas, Texas, losing only to Tommy Yorr, but that run to the finals included wins over Ryan Moore, Tony Spriteman. Of course, that's Stefan, that's Daniel's brother. Gusher will set it up, leading 1-0 here in game number one. In snake shot position. Sasha doesn't get much behind that one, blocked up into the air and off the table. You see Daniel sort of trying to shake it off, trying to get going, trying to feel comfortable here in this opening game. And there's Daniel from goal, make it 1-1. And while we think about great Austrian players, a shout out to Sophie Obstmann, I presume watching down in Florida in the United States. Sophie Gabriel. Here's Sasha. Almost a dead race from Burettler. Now twitching to that reverse. And then staying up here. And then send it into the goal with a 5 to make it 2-1. Gusher has that one blocked back towards the goal. Sasha will set up his pull shot. Try to bring it back across, jumps into the forward position to try to stab home that rebound. And Burettler will gain possession and step back into offensive position. Daniel sends that one along the outside wall, didn't execute it. Picked up here again by Gusher. Tried the left hook, and it's blocked back into the goal by Burettler. And you saw the reaction from Gusher, thinking I should not have done that. But he did, and it was blocked in. It's now 3-1. So a couple of defensive goals, a couple of goals with that 5-row from Burettler. Nice pickup off that back wall. Boy, these good Garlando players make it look so easy on this table, and it is not. Daniel will call timeout. That's a good timeout, leading 3-1. You're in game number one. You've got the momentum. You want to hold on to it. There's the opening goal from Gusher. Rattled that one in. And you see, we talked about Burettler trying to get going, and he did get going. Going behind the defense with that pull shot early in the match. And a defensive block here. And back to live action, and Burettler puts it back into play. Strokes it home. He's up 4-1. 4 in a row from Daniel Burettler. He's able to keep that one out. It's a pass along the outside wall. And we're going to get the call here from referee Rich Marsh. The ball will be awarded to Gusher. That pull kick just wide. Sent up the table with the left hand and into the goal by Burettler. He leads 1-0. Beautiful play by Daniel Burettler as he sent that one along that far wall. Was able to grab it and immediately score it. And he leads 1-0. Although we're going to talk about this a little bit. It looks like Gusher was making some kind of point about what transpired on that last point. But either way, it's Burettler who wins the opening game. Daniel Burettler with one from the snake shot. And then that quick one to close it out. Jim Stevens coming to you from the beautiful Pabellon Príncipe Felipe in Zaragoza, Spain. This arena that we're playing in seats around 10,000, maybe 11,000 people, usually used for basketball or team handball. We're kind of sitting up in the press box with a great view of the entire arena. All right, trailing 1-0. Sasha Gusher will put the ball back into play. Trying to chip that one up, does get it through, and every possession vital for Sasha going up against this outstanding young player in Daniel Burettler. You see Burettler mixing up the defense, showing the standard reverse, makes the block with that reverse defense. Rebound comes back to the 5 of Gusher. Can't connect along the wall, and Burettler can't keep it out with the left hand. Gusher will take it. He's up 1-0 again, striking first as he did in that opening game. Although in that first game, Burettler able to come back and eventually win 5-1. Daniel tried to just flick that one home. Trying to catch Sasha by surprise. He didn't. Sasha will set up the pull shot. Brings that push kick back down the middle, taken away by Burettler. Daniel from snake shot position goes to that far side. Gusher with a block. As you can hear in the background, big matches taking place all over. That's Cindy Head. I can hear her from here in women's singles. The American player, the multi-tornado world champion, former multi-table world champion way back in 2006. Nothing in favor of Sasha Gusher here in game number 2. Gusher has come out to get the first 2 here in game 2. Burettler looking to answer and get himself on the scoreboard. And he does, as he takes his time and then fires it home to that far side. Gusher's pass attempt blocked once and then twice by Burettler. Sent on goal with the 5 by Sasha. And Burettler will step back here and look to score. Try to bring it near side. Went wide of the goal. Rebound bounces to the 5 of Gusher, who sends that one on goal. Rebound comes right back towards his own goal, and he steps back there now. Looking to be offensive from his 2-row. Taken away here by Burettler. Daniel leading 1-0, and now even at 2 here in game 2. Gusher needs to generate some offense, but taken away by Daniel. And it's 3-2 as he fakes far, comes near. 3 in a row just like that from Daniel Burettler, and he's back on top now, 3-2. Nice dig there by Sasha. You see Daniel waiting and then cutting it down the middle beautifully. His Gusher. That is a race breaker. Saw Daniel looking to race him with those quick hands, but Sasha simply sliced it right between Daniel's men to even the score at 3, and then makes the steal here and advances it through that near lane. For the lead, Sasha Gusher. Again, trying to cut that one back between, it appeared. Rebound grab by Burettler. Fires that pull shot down the table on goal. It's going to roll to a dead stop. Referee Rich Marsh helps Sasha put the ball back into play. Gusher shot down the middle, taken away by Burettler. See if Daniel uses a timeout here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and shoot it, but wouldn't be a bad time for one. Daniel Burettler fires it home. Might have cut that one between it inadvertently, and it's 4-3. Big possession here for Sasha Gusher. And he will call timeout. Let's watch Daniel Burettler go to work. He was down early, but came storming back. Gusher with that beautiful cut angle. And Sasha, back to live action, will put the ball back into play. Gusher. Tried again. He waited for that hole to open up, tried to cut it down the middle. Daniel never really gave it to him. Quick clearing effort by Daniel, taken right back by Sasha. Shot attempt near side this time, and Daniel sweeps it away. 4-3 lead for Daniel Burettler in game 2. He already leads 1-0, and now make it 2-0 as Daniel Burettler able to convert from goal. He's just a goal away, rather a game away from advancing to the men's singles semifinal. And of course, you can see all the results, all the matches, everything else, all the information about this event at table-soccer.org. The ITSF website. Just search up ITSF Foosball, you'll get there. It's Daniel Burettler on the right, Sasha Gusher on the left. Burettler leading 2-0 as he looks to advance with one more win to the semifinals, the Final Four. And here we go. Seems like most of the effective play from Daniel Burettler has been from goal. He's played very good defense and then scored a few as well. But I think his defense is really what has done the job for him. A couple of defensive goals from that 5-row, and of course, another takeaway here. He has pretty much shut down the 3-rod of Sasha Gusher, and then, of course, scoring from back there as well. But traditionally in foosball, that's kind of how it is. If you're a good defensive player, if you're a good goalie, you can also be a good singles player. That push kick down the middle spins through Burettler's man into the goal. It's 1-0. So just as in the first 2 games, Sasha Gusher able to score first. So he tries to get back into this match. sent on goal by Daniel. There's Burettler. Brings that one down the middle, then jumps into that forward position. That's great transition game from Burettler. Grabbed it on the 3-1 with a quick one, then grabs the rebound. I will set it up. Stroke it home to that near side. It's 1-1. Boy, the quickness is exceptional on the right side of the table for Burettler. A lot of that is just getting your feet moving, anticipating that that ball is going to go up the table, be blocked, and then grab it, and he responds here as well as he picks it off with the 5 and quickly sends it in for a 2-1 lead. Transition oftentimes is not reaching, it's more moving the feet. And another one for Burettler. It's 3-1. So Daniel Burettler completely in control here on table number 1. Now just 2 goals away from a visit to the semifinals. And again, watch the defense. Just not a lot there. The positioning is excellent. The anticipation and the hand speed. Put those 3 things together and you're getting a really good defensive player. And we're seeing that here on table number 1 right now. Off the front pin, Gusher up the table. Burettler with the pass, 2-rod to 3-rod. Everything working for Daniel Burettler right now. It's match point. A 4-1 lead here in the third. What a performance from Daniel Burettler. Again, doing it from the defensive side. His defense has created good offense for him. He has taken advantage of opportunities. And he's just a goal away from advancing to that Final Four. Gusher. As that one get away from him. Sent off the wall right to Burettler on the 3, who will set it up looking for a win. Daniel Burettler strokes it back down the middle in 3 impressive games. The Austrian Daniel Burettler defeats Sacha Gusher to advance to the semifinals in men's singles. That was impressive. And again, doing it from the defensive side of the ball, creating offensive opportunities, taking advantage of them. You saw him clear it a couple of times. You saw him pass it to the 3-rod a couple of times. You saw him score from goal. Doing it all, really, on both sides of the table. And Daniel Burettler, the first player to enter the semifinals in men's singles. Well, that was good stuff, folks. That was very impressive. And he is the first Burettler into the semifinals. There could be another one here in a little bit. We'll see how that match goes, as his brother Stefan is going to play the American Brandon Moreland in a quarterfinal match. Look at the replay, the highlights of that first match. Burettler picking all the holes, couple of near sides there. We saw him go far. We saw him come back down the middle. Gusher can just appreciate what he's seeing, and that was that beautiful cut angle by Sasha, but he didn't really get a whole lot more through the great defense of Burettler. His defense at goal and defense at forward as well created these kinds of opportunities. See the frustration on the face of the veteran from Austria, Gusher. But it was the youngster Burettler hitting on all cylinders in that match who advances to that semifinal. Getting him at forward, getting him at goal. And some beautiful passes. Nice performance, though, from Sasha Gusher, who will finish in a tie for 5th place in men's singles. But Burettler able to close the deal with that one in advance, once again, to the Final Four.
Anton Kochhafen, erster Wiederaufruf dich 24:25. Team Blue, please come to the tournament office. to Milo, first recall, table 12 and 13.
No, andiamo di là, stanno giocando.
Tilly Müller, Mike, your first recall, table 39 and 40. 13 singles on table 9 and 10, Claudio Völker-Guyen against Saturday Yoda. The final in the under 13 singles, junior under 13 singles on table number 9 and 10, Claudio Völker-Guyen against Saturday Yoda. Claudio Völker-Guyen, first recall, table 9 and 10. Claudio Völker-Guyen, erster Wiederaufruf, Tisch 9, Tisch 10. it's not allowed to drink alcohol between the tables.
Il est interdit de boire de l'alcool dans les zones de jeu. It's not allowed to drink alcohol in the playing zone.
Im Spielbereich ist kein Alkohol erlaubt.
Recordamos a todos que no se puede beber alcohol en la zona de juego.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have another final for you on tables 9 and 10 as we bring you the Junior Under 13 Singles Final. And let's introduce the players. First, from Germany, playing on the Leonhardt table, please welcome Claudio Volker-Guillen. And the United States, playing on the Tornado table, please welcome Saturday Yoder. Good luck, players.
Okay, so good luck. überqueren, aber ich habe ja schon gesagt, die schauen alle so viel beim Toni, aber das von alle.
Lots of great action taking place here in the arena, here in Zaragoza.
What's up, Jim?
Big match over on table number 9. Mario Aragonello, Tony Spriteman. Spriteman up 2-1, even at 1 in the 4th game. And we're about to get a semifinal underway on table number 1 here momentarily. The Burettler brothers, Daniel versus Stefan. are underway here on table number 1. 1-0 early on in favor of Stefan. And really just fascinating that two brothers could be competing against each other in a semifinal match. The winner of this match will face either Tony Spriteman, Mario Aragonello, or Yannick Correa. There's going to be an Austrian in the final. There's going to be a Burettler in the final. Stefan up early here. Stefan the younger of the two. And of course, these two have battled many times, know each other's games very well. But talk about the ultimate bragging rights, right? Stefan Burettler leading 3-1. Of course, we talked about in that last match how Stefan had such a great World Series on Tornado. Just an outstanding multi-table player. That's all you can say. Both these guys. Three-two lead early on for Stefan Burettler. I would think you would rather not face your brother in a big match in this situation. Maybe in the finals would be the time to do it, but these are things you have to overcome if you're going to be a competitor, and your brother also happens to be one of the best players in the world. And we're going to get a timeout here with Stefan leading Daniel 3-2 in game number 1. And a match that, of course, will be played entirely on the Garlando. I think we've got a final result over on table number 9. It looks like Tony Spriteman has defeated Mario Aragonello to advance to a semifinal matchup with Yannick Correa. We hope to have that one for you here on table number 1. We'll see. Here's Daniel. Slides that one on goal. Stefan gets the left hand back there to try to dig it out. Now we'll step back into offensive position. Sent back towards the goal of the 5 by Daniel. Picked up here by Stefan. And Daniel up the table and in. It's 3-3. But an answer from Stefan. He rips that one to the far side of the goal. It's 4-3. And from goal, Stefan Burettler smashes this one home. Watch this. All the way out there to that long hole. It's 1-0. What a shot by Stefan. One 1-0 lead for Stefan Burettler. Of course, best 3 games out of 5. With the winner advancing to the men's singles final. Here we go, second game underway. Daniel down a game. Of course, these two faced each other in the 2024 Garlando World Series singles final, with Stefan beating Daniel for that title. I think you could safely say right now these are the 2 best players in Austria, the 2 best players on the Garlando table. And then they happen to be brothers. And Stefan continuing to shoot it well. Tied up at 1 here in game number 2. Burettler fires that pull shot on goal. Look at the lateral speed on that. Picked up on the 5 by Stefan. Brushed it through beautifully. Setting up the snake shot. Burettler fires it home near side. He is rolling. Well, we saw this on the tornado table last year. The last time I was able to observe him up close and personal. Just how well he played on that table. Looking ahead a little bit. Of course, you never know with that other semifinal, Tony Spriteman versus Yannick Correa. But if there were to go Tony Spriteman versus Stefan Burettler, there's still a lot of foosball to be played, of course, but that would be Garlando and Tornado for Stefan, 2 tables that he is really good on. And I think really we are seeing a young star and a potential superstar in the making in Stefan, but Daniel's still standing in front of him here. His big brother. Picked up here, tried to come near side, posting up to make the block is Daniel. 2-1 lead here in the second game for Stefan Burettler. He leads 1-0. Boy, the hand speed. Our first chance to really see Stefan here this weekend on Garlando, at least live. And he is impressive. And so is this guy, Daniel, who defeated fellow countryman Sasha Gusher in that quarterfinal and did it impressively in 3 straight games. Back comes Stefan Burettler. Rocking, looking.
Try
to take it out to the far side. I didn't really execute that one. It kind of bounced up off the rod. He'll get it back, set it up, stroke it home near side. It's 3-1. Burettler versus Burettler, with the winner of this facing either Tony Spriteman or Yannick Correa. And that final would take place tomorrow. Kind of hoping that Spriteman versus Correa match will take place here, and Daniel able to find that near side to make it 3-2. We'd like to be able to bring that one to you, and hopefully they will call the other semifinal here immediately following this one, as we lead into tomorrow's singles final. Look at the replay. You saw that little bit of a rock and then hitting it to that near corner as we now return to live action. That one bounced through and grabbed by Stefan, who just keeps coming at his brother. Daniel setting up a pull shot, tried to bring that one down the middle, wide of the goal. Rebound is grabbed by Daniel Burettler as he steps into that forward position. And will now set up the snake shot with an opportunity to tie game 2 up at 3, and he does. So he finds that hole down the middle. Watch here. He rocks, freezes, and drills it. Or even at 3, Daniel hanging in there in a game that he really, I'm not going to say he must have it, but boy, would he like to even it at 1 instead of being down 2-0. Stefan able to pass this one through. Little bit of a hitch to get his brother off that far hole, and then he finds that far side of the goal to make it 4-3. With the hand speed of Stefan Burettler. Daniel looking to answer. He'll call timeout. That's a good timeout called by Daniel Burettler. Down 4-3, down a game, understanding the importance of this individual possession. Those quick reads by Stefan, very effective. He's just so quick to the hole, just so quick, period. Big possession here for Daniel Burettler, who will put the ball back into play. Daniel finds that far side of the goal. It's 4-4. Watch here, just enough to get his brother off the hole and commit to the near side while Daniel found that far side. Stefan can't connect on the pass. Grab with the left hand by Daniel, who will step back into offensive position. Slides that one up the table, wide of the goal. Stefan now will put the man up and look to score. Watch out for that big, long pull shot. That slicing angle also potentially there. Does fire that one on goal. Burettler with the block and the retrieval. 4-4 here in the second game. 1-0 lead for Stefan. Shot down the middle on goal. Rebound grab by Burettler. Stefan in this instance. For a 2-0 lead, Stefan Burettler. Chokes it home. Stefan Burettler has come out to get the first 2 games against his brother Daniel. This last one, he took his time beautifully and then drilled it home to that near corner. So many good players in the world these days. So many good young players in the world these days. Of course, these two. Great young German player, Justus Aust. All of them here this weekend to compete. And so far, so good for these two, for sure. The other semifinal featuring 2 of the real veterans of the sport in Tony Spriteman and Yannick Correa, 2 very decorated players. You know, Tony Spriteman, though, has never won the multi-table singles championship here at the World Cup. And he is in a position now, and he's been here a few times. He's been in the semifinals a number of times. He's been in the final a couple of times and has never been able to claim the title. Maybe the only title that Tony Spriteman doesn't own. And looks as though they will hold that match until after this one, so it looks like we may have that one for you. But Tony, who really has become a great multi-table player, although I talked to him a little earlier on, and he said his tornado game isn't as good as it was because he doesn't play alive. There's Stefan firing it down the middle, just picking it up and going with it. Watch this. Just picks it and goes. 1-0 lead here in the third. But yeah, Tony says his tornado game isn't what it was just because in Romania, where he now lives, he doesn't really play tornado. But I think all the other tables certainly have become stronger for him. We'll see how that all plays out. But if he can get through Yannick, and that's not easy. Yannick Correa, one of the great multi-table players of all time, no doubt about it. That's going to be a good match. He would then have to face one of the Burettler brothers, and that's no easy task either. Here we go. Ball put back into play, and Daniel right now watching his brother do his thing, and that thing is impressive. Nice defense there from Daniel, and he's going to go ahead and award that to his brother after a jar. And quickly advancing it along the wall is Stefan. Burettler fired it out to that far side, blocked by Daniel. It bounces back where it's grabbed on the 5 by Stefan, who advances it again, keeping the pressure on Daniel. Stefan fakes and then tried to bring it near side. His brother didn't go for the fake and then posted him up to make the block. You can see the body language right now by Daniel, feeling maybe a little bit of a lack of confidence, a little dismay at being down to his brother. But again, this is not the first time these two have played head-to-head in a big match. Here's Burettler. That one fired up into the air and off the table. It'll be put back into play by Daniel. Nothing lead here in the third game for Stefan. Ball will be put back into play by Daniel. Still 1-0 here in the third. Of course, 3 years ago at the previous World Cup, it was a different Austrian in the final. It was that maybe the greatest Austrian player of all time, Kevin Hundsdorfer, who lost to Ruben Heinrich of Germany in the final. Here's Daniel. You can see maybe Stefan here in this third game taking his foot off the accelerator a little bit. So games to nothing lead for Stefan Burettler. As he sets it up, rocks, takes his time. Try to come back down the middle, blocked by Daniel. 2-0 lead now as this one up the table and then sent in with a 5. Hit off a man on the way, but it's now 2-0 in favor of Burettler in both games and in score here in the third. Set on goal, picked up and sent in on the rebound. Stefan rolling. He's just 2 goals away from the final, and Daniel will call time out. So Stefan Burettler playing some great foosball here on table number 1 on the Garlando table. He has his brother down 2-0, has him down 3-0 in the third as he looks to advance to his first ever World Cup men's singles final. Again, the winner of the Tony Spriteman Yanni Correa match will face Stefan in that final if he can hold on against his brother. As we go back to live action, and Daniel the chance to get on the scoreboard here in game number 3. He sets it up, tried to come back down the middle, blocked by Stefan, up into the air and off the table. What a performance from Stefan. That one fired wide of the goal. But again, it's the lateral speed, the hand speed of Stefan Burettler. Every part of his game is impressive, but that is the one thing you really notice. The one thing that kind of blows you away is just how quick he is. And it's match point for Stefan. Of course, we talked about the fact that these two faced each other in the Garlando men's singles final, and that one sent in with a 5, and Daniel Burettler with a celebration after that one. But it remains match point for Stefan. You gotta love the fight of Daniel Burettler. Down 4-0, he scores and he gives a hand clap, pumps his fist. Nice save there by Stefan. Burettler fires that one down the table and in. Again, the lateral speed is just off the charts. And a chance to advance to the final right here for Stefan Burettler, who sets up the snake shot near side up into the air and off the table after the block from his brother Daniel. No matter what an impressive feat to have the two brothers in the semifinals together. Another chance for Stefan. Another block for Daniel. Stefan continuing to get opportunities on the 3-rod. And he puts it away with that shot to the far side in 3 straight games. Stefan Burettler defeats Daniel Burettler to advance to the men's singles final. He beats him 5-4, 5-4, and 5-1. 5-3, 5-4, 5-1. And what a performance from Stefan. He'll await the winner of that Correa and Spriteman match, which will take place, I think, on table number 1 here in just a little while.
Weil du hast mich auf Contini. Aber ich kann auch Leo spielen.
Dass wenn wir Einzel spielen, da nicht so viel Heimtischen ausläuft, ist einfach egal. Der den besseren Platz hat.
Assembly John, first recall, table 43, 44.
Für dich, ne? Hast du deine Mutter nicht?
John, second recall, table 43, 43. John, second recall, table 43, 44.
It's the over 63 senior singles final, and let's introduce the players. From Netherlands, playing on the 1 table, please welcome Horst Meisters. And for Great Britain, using the tornado table as his home table, And we have another final on tables 8 and 7. Let's introduce the players. Playing on the Leonhard table from Germany, please welcome Hamish. And competing on also the Leonhard table from Poland, please welcome Witold Nishida. Good luck, players.
Valentin Laura, Eileen Hinner, please enter the results of your match on table 31 and 32. the women's singles, the under 19 men's singles, in the men's over 50 singles and the women over 50 will take place tomorrow right after the qualification. But also the matches for third place will be played tomorrow. The men's singles, women's singles, juniors under 19 singles, in the men's over 50 singles and in the women over 50 singles. Please come to table 1 and 2. Tony's Spriteman, please come to table 1 and 2.
It's okay? Side? Or I need to check?
All right, folks, our final match of a Wednesday evening here in Zaragoza is about to take place. It's going to be a semifinal. And this should be a good one. The winner will face Stefan Burettler. It's going to be Tony Spriteman versus Yannick Correa. Again, Tony Spriteman has never won the ITSF Multitable World Singles Championship. Yannick Correa has won it. In fact, he beat Tony way back in, I want to say, 2009 in the final. That's right, it was 2009. Yannick Correa beat Tony Spriteman in the men's singles final in just the second World Cup ever held. That was in Nantes, France. The winner of this one, of course, will face the exciting young player out of Austria, Stefan Burettler. Tony, of course, will be competing on his home table, the Tornado, and Yannick Correa, who is a great multi-table player. I think we've seen Yannick choose other tables besides Bonzini. He'll use Bonzini today, but he's also, of course, a fantastic player on Leonhardt, very good on Garlando, very good on Tornado, all the tables. But that's really what you have to be. You have to have a game on each of the 5 tables. Of course, you'll have your strength, and I think Yannick feels he is best on Bonzini. And although Tony spends a lot of time now in Europe competing, I think he would still tell you that Tornado is his #1 table. Although, again, talking to him earlier today, he said, you know, his Tornado game isn't what it used to be because he isn't playing as much on that table. Although he also said that his skills on the other table are better than they've ever been. So whatever the formula is, it has gotten him to this point. A semifinal matchup with Yannick Correa and a chance to advance to a final against Stefan Burettler. Final match of what has been an outstanding day of singles here in Zaragoza, Spain. And we hope you're enjoying the show. Plenty still to come. Had some technical issues, got on the air a little late in the game. Finally able to make it happen this afternoon. Got a few matches in, and of course tomorrow we'll get a lot more matches. Starting with that elimination bracket in doubles tomorrow afternoon. We'll also have the singles final for you. Women's singles final as well. Right now, Amber Starn and Mylin Tran are going at it in a 5th game in a semifinal in the women's event. Looks like they're tied up at 2 in the 5th game of that one. Yannick Correa now representing Portugal after being a member of the Luxembourg team for so long. And of course the entire Luxembourg team made up of Portuguese players living in Luxembourg, of course. Looking in on that Amber Starin versus Mylin Tran match. 3-2 lead for Starin in Game 5. Mylin Tran has advanced to the final yet again, the defending champion. She eliminates Amber Starin. Okay, I have this match in Zone 1, the semifinal, about to start. But I'm commentating this match in Zone 1. And I need to, I'm about to announce this match on Zone 1, commentary. So commentary is for the live stream. I think that's probably better. Oh, there you are. Who is it?
So it's this match, Sweden 4, girls 19. Okay, and this match you have, you want, it's semifinals. Keep attention.
Flipper table? Or flipper serve?
And ladies and gentlemen, we have another final for you on tables 3 and 4. It's the Girls Under 19 Singles Championship. And let's introduce the players. First, playing on the Galando table from Austria, please welcome Nora Breuer. And her opponent competing on the Leonhardt table from Germany, please welcome Eileen Hayner. Good luck, ladies.
Let me know it's okay. It's good, okay? Check it, yeah? I got it.
And in zone number 1, on tables 1 and 2, we have a semifinal in men's singles. The winner of this will advance to the final to face Stefan Burettler. Let's introduce the players. Competing on the Bonzini table from Portugal, please welcome Yannick Correa. And on the Tornado table from the United States, a big round of applause for Tony Spriteman. All right, you heard the guy. It's Spriteman versus Correa on table number 1. All right, we'll get things underway on the Bonzini table. And then, of course, we'll move to Tony's home table, the Tornado. And Spriteman on the scoreboard first here in game number 1. Nothing lead early on for Spriteman on Correa's home table, the Bonzini. Again, Yannick is just a wizard on this table. Great ball handler, great shooter. Can really do it all. And he's evened it up in 1 here in game number 1. Tony's shot attempt goes wide here. Still 1-1 here in the first. Yannick Correa, of course, as we mentioned, multi-table champion of both singles and doubles over the years. Got a timeout called here with Yannick Correa leading 2-1 here in the first game. Again, the idea here is to win on your home table. Try to steal one on the opponent's home table in that fifth game in particular. And it's now 3-1 as Yannick Correa has come out to get 3 of the first 4 here in game number 1. Tony looking to answer, and he does as he cuts that one back down the middle. It's now 3-2. (3-2) lead early on here for Yannick Correa. As we get this semifinal underway, and this should be a battle, Stefan Burettler awaits the winner. Yannick able to work this one up the table, utilizing that 2-5 passing series, and sends that one through the high lane. Can't hold on to it. Picked up by Tony. Tony sends it with a left hand up the table, then picks it up on the 3-rod. Spriteman now looking to tie this first game up. He rocks back and forth, tried to bring it back near side, blocked and taken away by Correa. Yannick dances with the ball beautifully. Brushes it through, can't hold on to it. Spriteman will have another opportunity here to advance the ball 5-3. Takes it across the table, tried to bring it through the lane. The left hand of Correa able to contain it. Again, boy, these two really battling here on table 1. And again, you see the comfortability of Tony on this table, a table that maybe previously he wasn't all that comfortable with. He'll still tell you it's his worst table, but he looks pretty good so far. He's down 3-2, and he's going to call time out. Tony, of course, will be part of that strong American team competing in the Nations Cup this weekend. Yannick, who has kind of switched allegiances, I guess, to some degree. A man of Portuguese descent living in Luxembourg, now playing for Team Portugal. And I talked to him yesterday. He said they've got a strong team. He likes their team a lot. Spriteman able to even it up at 3 with that one. Again, showing you that he feels quite comfortable on this French-style table. Yannick tried to pass it through that lane, knocked down by Tony, comes back to Correa. Great ball handling, but he can't connect on the pass. Blocked back towards the goal by Tony. Picked up with the left hand, and it's stolen away by Spriteman. Quick shot near side, just wide. Spriteman will grab the rebound. And again, another block here by Correa. And it's steal by Tony. Spriteman shot attempt taken back by Yannick. Look at him dance with that ball. Oh, almost knocked it back into his goal. Got the left hand back there to keep it out. A lot of time here, then is able to angle it up to the 5. Stepping into the forward position, Correa. Try to go through the high lane again. Tony there defensively. Yannick will start over. It's taken away again by Spriteman. So see what Tony does here. Can't miss-hit that one, but he'll get it back. Spriteman for the lead. Yannick there again on that near side. An entertaining match so far. Boy, that is pretty, the way he dances with that ball, then passes to the 5. Correa. Taken away again by Tony. It's getting opportunities, but Yannick has been there defensively in the last 4 possessions. Another block here for Yannick. Referee for the match, the German Heinz Kiesling. Picked off the outside wall towards the goal. Kept out by Yannick. Correa sends that one down the middle and then picks it up on the 5. Boy, nothing gets through these guys. And then angled into the goal with a 5. It's 4-3. So great defense pays off for Yannick Correa, as Tony had 5 or 6 opportunities. You see Tony talking to referee Kiesling. Perhaps about some upper body movement, potential distraction. You can see the intensity, though, on both sides. The biggest singles title in the world at stake here this weekend, or this week. Stefan Burettler awaits the winner. Spriteman angles it through beautifully to that middleman on the 3-rod. Set it up, looking to even up game number 1. Tony, shot attempt again. Yannick is there. Tony has gotten opportunities. He's gotten possessions on that 3-rod. Has just not been able to convert. And that blocked off the inside wall and in by Spriteman. We're tied at 4. Tony with a chance to steal on Yannick's home table. Correa. Try to brush it down along the wall. Boy, defense on both sides has been sensational. And the steal here by Spriteman on the 5. Tony able to go through the lane. I believe he has 1 timeout remaining. Let's see if he uses it or if he's going to go ahead and shoot the ball as he sets up the snake shot, looking for a first game win. Spriteman fires it home. Tony Spriteman steals game number 1 on Yannick Correa's home table. He leads 1-0, and they'll head over to the tornado table where Tony Spriteman is probably the greatest singles player ever on this particular table. And you can see Yannick Correa working hard in that first game, kept Tony out of the goals on 6 straight possessions, but could not keep him out on that last one, as Spriteman able to steal game number 1 on Bonzini. There you see the pass angling in for Yannick, giving himself the 4-3 lead. Tony with a defensive goal off the inside wall. And then watch the pass here. As Tony gets it, scores it to that far corner, and high fives his American fans as we get game number 2 underway. And now Correa at a big disadvantage against Spriteman. Again, Tony Spriteman, I think 10-time, 9-time world champion on the Tornado table in singles. And I think in most people's opinion, the best singles player ever on Tornado. Frederick Collignon certainly would give him a run. I think those two are in a class of their own. Ryan Moore would be right there with them, perhaps. But Spriteman on his home table and a chance to strike first here in game 2. As he sets it up. Yannick, that post-up defense. Then Tony waits and then finds that near corner. It's 1-0. Again, Correa certainly capable of beating Tony on this table. Right now, Tony playing with great energy, great fire. Passes 2 to the 5. Will step into the forward position. Try to go along the outside wall. Does so successfully. Spriteman sets it up. And strokes it home. It's 2-0. Tony rolling right now. Again, that open singles final, men's singles final would be tomorrow. I'm guessing it would be early afternoon. So those of you watching in earlier time zones, maybe keep an eye on that, on when that will be happening. You may have to get out of bed early. Of course, everything will be available for you to watch after the fact as well, as Tony will call timeout with possession on the 3-rod. You know, we saw such great defense in that first game. Yannick Correa keeping Tony out of the goal time after time after time. But again, when you think about it, Yannick did not have many possessions on that 3-rod in that first game because of great defense on the 5 by Spriteman. Defense always pays dividends. That's what wins championships. And we saw great defense on both sides of the table in that first game. And Yannick's going to need some defense here as he's down 2-0 in game number 2 on the Tornado table as Tony puts the ball back into play. Spriteman fires it back to that far side. Might have cut that one inside the defense of Yannick Correa. It's 3-0. What a performance so far from Spriteman. Correa through that high lane beautifully, trying to work his way back into the match. Correa finds a very tight hole down the middle. It's 3-1. And this is where he's going to need to play some D. But Tony with a quick pass, the pull kick, the score. It's 4-1. The signature Tony Spriteman play, beautifully executed. Wow. Can't wait for the replay of that one. Haven't seen that one in a few years. That comes Correa. Like Correa scores and Tony comes right back with that one. That's got to take some of the life out of Yannick Correa. He is able to find the hole to the near side here to make it 4-2. But Tony right now on top of his game. Will send it down the middle and look to claim game number 2. Spriteman fires it home. It's 2-0. Back over to the Bonzini table we will go and look at Tony, look at the energy, look at the body language. He cannot wait to get back on that table. Meanwhile, Yannick kind of searching for answers. And I'm not sure there is an answer for Tony Spriteman right now. So Yannick was able to find that very close. Watch this. To the 3. to the back of the goal. Always one of the most exciting plays in the world of foosball. But Spriteman shooting the ball at a very high percentage on the tornado table. Was able to quickly close out that second game. And we'll head back over to Bonzini, going live with Spriteman leading 2-0. So Correa, right now all Yannick can really do is take care of his business on his home table. Basically just pass and score. And he does so here. It's 1-0. Tony back along that outside wall. Boy, his Bonzini game looks strong. He worked that near side quite a bit. Closed out that first game with a shot to the far side and comes right back down the middle right here to even it at 1 in game number 3. Correa tried to brush it down along the wall, taken away by Spriteman, who has been sensational defensively on the 5 on Bonzini. Pretty good on the 3 as well as he angles that one to the center man on the 3-rod. For the lead, Spriteman. Shot near side, wide of the goal, right back into his own goal. It's 2-1. Tough break there for Tony. Not going to linger on it and dwell on it for very long because he comes right back, passing it through that far lane. See if he goes back to that far side. Yannick not showing it, then switches using that 3-man defense, and Tony finds the near side. As Yannick brought that far man on the 2-rod over, Tony got around it. We're even at 2. Correa trying to brush it up, and again, the defensive 5 of Tony takes it away. Spriteman tried to come back down the middle, angles that one towards the goal with a 3-rod. Rebound picked up here by Yannick. It's 2-2, but stolen away by Spriteman. For the lead, Tony. Regrips. Tried to take it up to the far side. Yannick out there to make the block and then grab the rebound on the 5. Correa. Tony's defense has just been ridiculously good on that 5-row. Again, for a 3-2 lead, Spriteman. Swings and misses on that, gets it back. And quickly calls timeout. You see the look in the eyes of Tony Spriteman, who is working his magic on the 5 so far. Caught a bad break there. Apology from Yannick. Tony, not distressed too much. He'll put the ball back into play as we go live once again. That shot attempt taken away by Correa. 2-2 here in game number 3. Spriteman leading 2-0 in this semifinal of men's singles here at the 2025 World Cup in Zaragoza. Spriteman fires it home near side. It's 3-2. What a performance from Tony Spriteman. If you ask Tony, he'd like to keep playing tonight the way he is playing right now. But that final would be tomorrow. And, of course, he still has some work to do to get there. And Correa with a big possession here. Tried to take it out to that far side. Blocked by Tony. Yannick again. Strokes that one home. Took his time beautifully. Waited for Tony to switch into that standard and found that near corner. It's 3-3. Tony tried to go along the wall, taken away by Yannick. Correa. For the lead. Got Tony there with a block. And we're going to look up here. Probably a jar there, I think, on as Tony went for it after making the block. It was kind of leaving his area, and this one's going to be awarded to Yannick on the 5. I think that's probably a good call. Now one picked up off the back wall by Correa. Another chance for Yannick to surge ahead here in game 3. Correa finds the hole to the far side. It's 4-3. Yannick Correa of Portugal, trying to stay alive, but Tony able to angle it in with a 5. It is match point for Tony Spriteman. And he'll call time out. Boy, Tony really came to play in this match as he won that opening game on Bonzini, 5-4. Then held serve on his home table, the Tornado, in that second game at 5-2, and it's now 4-4 here in the third. If Tony scores this one, he's headed to the final. Yannick needs it to keep this match alive. As Correa will put the ball into play. That pass attempt blocked by Spriteman again. But this time, Correa able to get it through. One of the rare passes he has completed. Chance to send it to game number 4 for Yannick Correa. That shot attempt, he doesn't execute it. Picked up with a left hand here by Tony. Spriteman, let's try to send that one down the middle. We'll grab the rebound off the back wall. On goal with a shot attempt with the left hand. Yannick will look to pass 2 to the 5. He does. Now stepping into the forward position, looking to advance it 5-3, but taken away again by Tony. Somehow almost able to grab that one on the 3, but Yannick is able to pick it up on his passing rod. Sends it through that high lane to the 3. And he'll call time out. You saw Yannick able to find that far side. And Tony, bit of a fortunate play there as a pass went into the corner of the goal, and Yannick saying, I should have been there. Tony says, I'll take it. As we return to live play and a chance to send it to game 4 once again for Portugal's Yannick Correa. Correa. Tried to come near side. Tony stayed home to make the block and grab the rebound. Spriteman up the table just wide. Beautiful catch on the 3 rod by Correa. Again, Correa sends it to game number 4. Yannick Correa staying alive. Was able to keep the ball out of the goal and eventually scored himself to send this one back over to the Tornado table. So Yannick holds serve on his table, but now he's got to deal with Tony Spriteman with a chance to advance to the finals on his home table. Saw Tony get on the board early with that one to the near corner. A couple of them to that near side of the goal. Yannick working the near side on his side of the table. On the far side, there's that one that Yannick feels he should have been there. And then Correa with a huge shot here. Back to Tornado we go. Well, I hope you're enjoying our coverage of the 2025 World Cup here in Zaragoza, Spain. Jim Stevens with you on a Wednesday evening. About 17 minutes till 11, which means it has just gotten dark outside. It stays light here till around 10:30 or so each night. It stays warm 24 hours a day. I think the lows are in the 70s centigrade. Which I think is the mid-20s centigrade, rather, Fahrenheit on the 70s. And well over 40, well over 100 each day here in Zaragoza. But it's beautiful. What a great city. As we get game number 4 underway, Spriteman putting it into play, can't execute the pass. Comes back to Tony at goal. Now, Yannick Correa has to steal this game to stay alive, and he does steal the ball here. Shot attempt taken right back by Tony. But you can only do what you can do. He did everything he could in that earlier Bonzini game, just unable to get the ball because of the great defense of Spriteman. But he did hold on to win game number 3 on Bonzini. Did his part there. But somehow he's got to find a way to beat Tony on his home table, on a table that he is maybe the best in history on. One of the top 3, certainly. Spriteman with a chance to strike first here in game 4. Tony fires that one home far side. It's 1-0. And Spriteman, of course, one of the best closers the game has ever seen. He knows, despite having a 2-1 lead, you take nothing for granted. You've got to close the deal. You've got to come out with even more energy. There's that quick pass to the 5. Along the outside wall to the 3. But Yannick with a block. Boy, I feel like from ball 1 in this match, we've all kind of been on the edges of our seats. Both players coming with great energy early on. And Tony continuing with the energy here, makes it 2-0. And Yannick really up against it now. Down 2-1, down 2-0 here in the 4th. Correa needs this one, but Tony there again. Boy, the defense of Tony Spriteman has been spectacular throughout the match on both tables. Tony methodically working it up the table. 2 to the 5. 5 to the 3. Now looking to go from the 3 to the back of the goal. Tony Spriteman. Shot attempt, able to rattle it through. It's 3-0. So Tony Spriteman appears to be bringing it home, appears to be headed for the men's singles final. And what a matchup that will be. You know, early in Tony's career, certainly we talk about the fact that he is such a great tornado player, but he was not a great multi-table player. He was not great on the others. He just sort of survived on the other tables. Well, I think that has changed. You know, living in Europe for the last couple of years and really playing more on the other 4 tables has really made him into an elite, highly elite multi-table player. It's match point. Nothing lead for Spriteman. And I think everyone is going to look forward to what should be a classic singles final tomorrow as Tony closes it out with a 5-0 win in Game 4. He defeats Yannick Correa 3-1, and Tony Spriteman of the USA is headed for the Open Singles Final. What a performance. We saw an amazing performance by Stefan Burettler in the other semifinal. And Tony follows that up with a sensational performance of his own, which means we are really looking forward to tomorrow's singles final. It's going to be Stefan Burettler, it's going to be Tony Spriteman, and it's going to be a classic. You see the American crew celebrating the win for their man, Tony Spriteman. Sullivan Rue figuring out which camera we're on. Good job, guys. Nice work in the booth. I like it. All right, folks, that's going to wrap it up for a Wednesday night here in Zaragoza. But don't forget to join us again tomorrow at ITSF TV and, of course, Inside Foods as well. And wherever you might be watching this outstanding event for Zaragoza, Spain. And for tonight, everybody, I'm Jim Stevens, and we'll see you foozin' tomorrow.
comment on Facebook. Easy word for WP. Thanks for carrying the U.S. word.
Logo primeira volta que eu tenho.
Wait, that was kind of sick. That was hella. The cool thing I did all day. Yeah, y'all want to hear our last? No, I didn't. Well, first game we played this. First game we played
Tem que levar os pés à frente e uma, duas, três.